And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate you all. And you could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, coming to you from a galaxy far, far away. Welcome. We are going to have another alien party conversation. All right, so here we go. Switching over to the other window. All right. This is a Halloween shirt that I have. I need to unwind. It's a mummy shirt. It's Halloween appear to it. All right, and it is great to see you, Doe. I hope that you had a good Sunday. All right, hello there, Chad, and hello there, and hello, Abby. It's great to see you. Welcome. Won't be turning in really bad time at the moment. Love you guys though. Have a great stream and take care, Alien. All right, so understood, Abs. We're thinking about you and praying for you. Thank you for giving us an update. Right, right. And now what we're doing is I'm gonna get the game on, and let's continue this. Let's go right here. Yeah, so it is. Game is be launching. I see that, Chad. Welcome to the chat. Okay. All right. Now we are going to be. The game is now starting. All right. So yeah, today there was. I think there was an incident with a plane over in Dallas where they. Some of the fuel was pumping out of it. Something crazy was happening with it. They're trying to fuel up the aircraft and it didn't quite work, and it went all over the place. That was kind of crazy that I saw earlier. All right. So now, okay, this is the game that I play right here. That's the pirate. And now we will begin. Okay, so in this, I go and attack some ships. Now this island is the haunted island, right? Right here. All right, this island is like a haunted island. It's kind of like a spooky place. Now I have seen the recently in the game they've put the krakens in the game, and yeah, with the you have to go on a certain quest to be able to fight it. But I've seen other players fight it before, and this is like at night they have these phantoms that are lurking around. That's very nice of you, Doe, to say. And yeah, see these things, they'll take you out in an instant, usually. Right there. It took me out instantly. Scared. Alright. I think I was going to this island and then it like yeah, I stopped at this island before I ended it. And in the game you are usually in a jail cell, and then and looking around. Yeah, there's this guy's been a couple two dudes been locked in here for a while, for a long time. But I'm gonna get out. You see, it just takes some simple maneuver to kick the door down. But the other ones did not. All right, so see this way. Yeah, yeah. You see, the thing with this game, I would think with the level, well, the level I'm at is a higher level, but there's a certain technique or a weapon they use against them, or it might be with a group of people, because a lot of times in the game there's a group that can fight against them. I don't know a lot about how to fight those critters, those phantoms, I should say, but I will look into that how that works because I'm not really familiar. But yeah, those are the phantoms. They instantly get you. Yeah, and that's Crazy Ned. He's kind of like a crackhead, and he stays in this island. And at daytime, he kind of walks around and acts kind of nutty. And then, as I said, you have this here. The This place is locked, but yeah, this was an island, but it got destroyed by Jolly Rogers and the other forces. It was a spooky addition to the game. Now I'm gonna show you all the high seas. Now this is a fishing area. Actually, I'll show you all what I mean. Okay, and yeah, the graphics are so cool. Graphics are so cool here. I like the different colors that the ghosts have, but yeah, this is a ghost, a fishing ghost. This used to be a place that they did fishing. I would like to see a version of the game where Raven's Cove isn't destroyed. That would be something interesting to see. Alright, so now we're going to go out to the high seas and sink some ships. A chill area, yes. Alright. Yeah, because I thought, like, I was thinking there's a certain level that, or a certain place that they were at where they were able to fight the Kraken, but no, I've seen the Kraken in the waters before. And we can't really fight them unless we're in a certain mode in the game. This is a ship I've never seen before. It must be new, and it has a bunch of colors on it. This will be interesting. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, I go in a circular motion, a globular motion like that. Alright. Might be better to go this way. Let's see. Alright. And now firing. As I said, this one, the Defiance, yeah, that's a new ship. I like fighting the different ships in the water. These are just NPC ships. They aren't really like actual players. You can fight actual players in certain levels, but like this one, the Phantom, it's a like kind of like the Flying Dutchman. All right, all right, we sunk that ship. All right, so going this direction, going to fire at will, like this. Yeah, that has the Kraken on it. Interesting. As I said, that's a new ship. The Defiance. But the other ships go down quite quicker. Yeah, that seems more like a Navy ship. It's not a Navy ship, but it's like a Navy ship. Okay. That's a Bloodhound. And there's a Vanguard. It kind of reminds me... I fought Blackbeard before, the Queen Anne's Revenge. I have fought that one. But usually, obviously it doesn't go down quickly. And then there's other ships that kind of join in, NPC ships that join in to try to stop it. That's what this reminds me of, yeah. But this is the first time battling the Defiance. Yeah, it's a slower one. Let's see, going this way. The smaller ships are much quicker to maneuver. Their hull and stuff and the cargo crates and cannons are not as much, but they're quicker. Yeah, so now Blackbeard originally used this type of ship called a sloop in the beginning, That's what he used that one in the beginning with his companion, and they would go to a secret island to unload their plunder. Yeah, so the sloop is a classic one, and it seems like it does have advantages to it. Right now, just leaves me with this one. As I said, much easier to maneuver than the bigger ships. Kind of like the Titanic, for instance, where they, although it is said that the Titanic probably would have survived, uh, hypothetically, if it was by a couple of moments. Arg, Joe, ahoy, and see you, scurvy dogs, JK. Yes, mate. Arg, mate. We are in the seas. I'm fighting the Defiance. It's the first time fighting this one. All right, and it has the Kraken on there. Yeah, so the Titanic, it had this situation where it actually nearly missed the iceberg by a hair, but it didn't quite make it, though. Obviously, didn't quite make it, but it almost made it. And its rudder, the ship design was actually not too slow. It was very quick, and it skimmed the iceberg. It didn't just the it was skimmed such a big area. The little dots and dashes in it was too big. Like quantity, the overall weight of the water coming in was too much air of an area to overflow. But yeah, it almost missed it. So it had very good features for its time in spite of the circumstances. But most ships would have sunk immediately in that kind of situation. Like, most of them wouldn't have lasted that long as it did. But it was a tragedy. Now with this, but the same logic applies here. See, the bigger ships, it's harder to maneuver them because it's kind of similar to Titanic, which is still true with Titanic. That it was just it's too big to move too quickly, and the smaller ship kind of could be better at maneuvering in that type of way. Yeah. And I keep at this. Big tree fall hard. Bruce Lee speed the adversity. Big tree fall hard. Yeah, that is. He was a good actor and good at martial arts. Yeah, alien spaceships. Yeah, yeah, and yeah, big tree fall hard. Yeah, so with the big tree fall hard, there is, yeah, definitely, because the bigger the tree, the harder it'll fall. Like there's pros and cons with it. So even in space with our spaceship we're on, it's quite a big ship, and there's also smaller ships. Now, when you're floating around, oh, E-Frog, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. We're playing the game right now. And, oh, Pussycat, it is always amazing to see you as well. And also E-Frog, shout out to y'all. Hope everybody's doing well. You're doing good. Doing well. Yeah, so with the Bruce Lee, yeah, very good martial arts. I like his videos and his movies and stuff. He had a lot of wisdom to him, a lot of wisdom. And as a tragedy would happen to his son, freak accidents can happen to anybody. That's why it's always good to live life to the fullest as much as possible, because you never know when the last day might be. Then I switch this way and you get the ship like this. Yeah. So I'm constantly ahead of the ship the way we're attacking it. Oh, wrong one. That one. Okay, and quickly turning in this direction, not involving the other ships. And I hope your cats are doing good, Pussycat. I just saw... Oh, thank you, Chad. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I just saw the cats, the ones that I was seeing a little while ago before I got here, and yeah, with the the spaceship. Yeah, we wanted to make it a chill stream as much as possible. I appreciate the compliment. And now we're heading towards this way and firing at will. Yeah, so some other of the NPC ships are joining in the this epic battle, the Super Bowl battle of the ships. Oh, okay, that's fine, Pussycat. It's all good. I appreciate you uh, flying on the alien spaceship airlines as you smoothly uh, transcend into dreamland. We're cruising into it. All right. So Bruce was directed towards cinema after about where he didn't hold back, would have taken championship after championship. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right, and we got a feline ship. Oh, that's good. Now we got another crew member, another ship taking this one out. That's good. All right, so we'll do it all alone. Yeah. Now, I think that there's life lessons to learn. Ooh, they got the ship pretty good. The one of the other ships, I wasn't when we were passing by it. Okay, it looks like it's going to be sinking now. Okay, and after this, I will see about repairing it. Let's see. I'd probably sink it personally. Maybe they sunk. I don't know. Oh, that's what they did. They're going to leave me to have it. Okay, but they could do it if they want to. I just... As the ship got kind of damaged right there. But we'll get this if we're able to. We'll be able to. Alright, let's go this way. Yeah, it said very good director, and I wasn't aware about him directing movies, but it makes sense. He was a very good actor. Turn all the way around. Get this enemy. Alright. We're going to just kind of do a tornado move right here and go into this direction. Turning, 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 turning. Alrighty. I'm going to probably do the... Okay. Parlay. Now the ship is heavily damaged, so I'm going to go to... if I am able to make it in time, we'll go to the dock right now. Oh, there's a Kraken. There's a Kraken right there. Interesting. Okay, we are going in this direction. You see over there out in the distance, that's the Kraken. Warfare. It looks like they took a ship down. That's where all those skulls are from. I'm scared. Yeah. Yeah, sleepy time. Alright. So, we made it. We got loot. Now I'll be setting back out to sea. With this other ship. This is a bigger ship that I have. Kraken vanquished, waiting for the crew to claim their spoils. Oh, looks like the Kraken was defeated. Oh, look at that. Look at that right there. That's the Kraken fooling with that ship, it looks like. Scared. I've tried to fight the Kraken, but as I said, you have to have a certain type of level to put it there. Yeah. Excellent tactical maneuvers, exploiting weaknesses, and utilizing your strengths. Yes, yes, absolutely. That's what it's all about. That's what it's certainly all about. And uh, completely with the strategies that they have, yeah. Okay, and going out this way. Okay, and so that's of course a very tiny ship. All right, so it looks like the Kraken has been defeated by that other group. It looks kind of like a '80s dragon or some sort of '80s monster. That's what it some from a movie, one of something like that. That's what the Kraken looks like in this game. It's quite interesting. I said I always wanted to bring a Kraken. I always want to see that. Okay, and they finally did it. A clipper. This is a This is a frigate. No, this might be a brig. It's either it might be a. I think it's a brig. See, just kind of walk around to make sure. Yeah, it looks like a brig to me. Oh, hello, Matt. Great to see you, buddy. It's not the size of your boat. The only thing that matters is the motion of the ocean. Yes. Yeah, there you go. That's true. Well, they must be plundering it right now. That's what they're doing. That's why these people were in that ship, and they're having a war with them right now. Yeah, the motion tells the story. Yeah, that's true. Yes. Scared. Okay, and now going this way, other direction. All right, twisting in this manner. Okay, okay. All right, nice. The two ships. There's the Omen and the Canatorium. All right, there's the Omen. As I said. All right, we twist it in that way, and Micro ran right into it. Charge. And we didn't quite make it, but that's okay. Drive by. All right. Okay, and now over this way. The two pirates, the two zombie pirate ships are going to get at the same time. Maneuvering this way. Ah, good. Perfect. I am here. Sink your battleship passing through. Oh, hello, Judy. Thank you for calling by the spaceship. Good evening to you. Yeah, we're definitely sinking the battleships right now in this epic manner. All right, so twist a turn, then go this way, and boom. All right, I'm gonna go to this island. Okay, we got silver bars, spices, iron, and cotton. Nice. And got some more ammunition. This one is pretty cool. So, for instance, you go here and get these enemies. And that direction right there. Let's see. All right. Yes. Yes. Very true. Not a clipper or a schooner. A Brigdenine strange jibs hoisting. Yes, and especially the way the design is certainly a brig, definitely. Okay, let's. Now this is a forest. Now it's much more well lit than the other one. Okay, I got a bigger pew pew here. Let's see. Yeah, this one. It's like a rifle, a medieval rifle. That doesn't make any sense, but it's like a rifle of some kind. That's like a shotgun of their age. Okay, let's switch it here. Go that way. He can use my hammers. Oh yes, yes, it's good to use the hammers. Okay, and oh, now we got this a wasp right here. Yeah, bam. Ah, you know what that is? Yeah, the blunderbusser. Yeah, elephant rifle. Yes, it's absolutely it's an elephant rifle. Okay, then bam. Yeah, let's see. You get this big one up here. Let's see how this goes. Scared. Yeah, bam. Yes. Wrong weapon. I have to fight these first. Let's see. Take the sword out. A whole bunch of them. Oh, the big one's there too. Kind of hard to maneuver, okay. Okay. Healing. And then... a classic sweep. Okay. Let's see this. It tastes my cutlass. Yes. Now this is a higher level for. Let's see how we do with this. See. Now they're all going to start swarming at me now. Okay. Okay, going right here. Let's go this way. Yeah, as I said, we'll see how this goes with the elephant gun. Scared. We almost got it. We we got it with the elephant gun. Nice. Okay. And then we got the voodoo staff right here. Let's see. Okay, and we're going to, let's see. Alright, and then sorcering. And then boom. It's like nuclear. Yes, definitely. Okay. Bam. Okay, and then firing. And then here we go. And boom. Oh, we got a treasure chest this time with that. I got a treasure chest. We got a grim knife. Okay. Sea dog. Let's just let's go here. Light purple. Let's see if we get this. It's a vest of some kind. Okay. And usually it's like a closet for the pirate. Let's get these old boots out of here and take it all. Okay. Alrighty. This also helps with the increasing of the level. Yeah, voodoo staff's pretty effective, definitely. Alright, and going this way. Boom. Alright, took out both of them. Got some holy water. Okay. So this one is Udo that we don't need. Okay. Yeah, I love the voodoo stash. That old vest looks like Pan's joint from Hook. Yes. Yes. It definitely. Yeah, I think that was from a day they had the St. Patrick's Day one because they have different themes and seasons, and I think it was from that one. Yeah. Okay. Annihilation. All right, and then boom. Dodgers. Let's. Great to see you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. All right, so okay. This is the daggers. Okay. Ah, they got me. Okay. So I have to go back. Back to Ravens Cove's jail. I didn't see my health. I didn't notice that the health went that low. Yeah. I got somebody right there that's locked up. I'm scared. Yeah, we're all locked up in here. Now, if you go back in the cell, usually they'll let you back in the cell and it locks up on you. Yeah, this is Raven's Cove during the day. They usually put up these barricades when they're having a raid. Dude locked up looking like Robin, yes. Yeah. Ghostly Shores. Okay. All right, the Kraken has been defeated. That's good to know. The Kraken, right? You see, that's where the Kraken is, right in that region. Scared. So back to this crazy island. Okay, it's a good exercise. Now, the pirate is a bit groggy at the moment. Now, one thing I grew up watching was the Jackie Chan movies. I thought that he did pretty good, and the Kraken Files. Yeah, there you go. That's a good one. Yeah, that's certainly something they could call the we could call this is the Kraken Files. Yeah, have a whole series on the mysterious Kraken. All right, bat. We are now in the nest. See, this is crazy, Mary. I'm scared. Scary Mary. Okay, going to the staff specifically. We're going to see about how this goes. All right, taking out some more enemies. All right. Okay, now more. Hello, Moki. A good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we are doing the game in exploration. And then Joe says, wouldn't like to encounter a pack of Humboldt's squid. They hunt in thousands, zero chance survival. Ah, okay. Understood. Well, I think basically with the squid, it's certainly the deep sea creatures in general can be a whole world of terror. You know, it's another whole other world down there, definitely. So I think that with the squid, I know I've heard of it, but I didn't know that they hunted in packs like that. And there are giant squid that exist. They have found out. So yeah, certainly would be zero chance survival unless by some miracle. And we have explored so much of space, and all you know. I'm the alien spaceship, so we do talk about aliens. And you know, there is the the A3 something of no, not the three something. There's that asteroid thing that's coming towards our planet that could be something from an alien craft. Uh, so we know something. We know a lot about space, but we don't really know a lot about our oceans. Oh yeah, you know, because yeah, that is terrifying. Yes, hunt shoals. They're very aggressive and very hungry. Atlas, thank you. Now with the Atlas, you know, we were talking about it. Some other friends and I were talking about it the other day, and we do think that it is a very interesting. It could be something out of this world, definitely, for faux show. Now, I will say about the oceans, there's been lots of UFO sightings, and in the oceans, there's alleged bases that were from the extraterrestrials that are down there. So, and I certainly do think that there are underwater alien bases that exist. Now, with these underwater bases, the reason why this is known is because UFOs and UAPs, the orbs and things like that have come from underwater, and there's theories that there's bases down there. Like, say you have an advanced, if they're fallen watchers, fallen angels, or if there's some sort of advanced civilization from some other planet, or something from some other realm, dimension, whatever it is, it could be. If it's not from our world, they were able to have the technology or ability to have these things underwater because they're much farther ahead than we are, uh, thousands of years ahead of us. And for instance, a lot of the aliens kind of have insect-looking features. There's also allegedly some insect aliens that have been identified as a possibility. Like the Greys, for instance, look like ants. There's theories about that happening. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's also these galactic underwater settlement down underwater too. And in mythology, there's gods and mythological beings that came from beneath the seas. Because there's different alleged species of aliens that exist, and Joe says they're known as drag fishermen and drivers down in frenzies, nightmare fuel. Oh, I think that certainly is nightmare fuel. They remind me of a bunch of piranhas. That's what they remind me of personally. What you're speaking of. Now, the Greys are from the Zeta Reticuli constellation. Now, as I said, there's theories about them being connected with the Watchers, the fallen angels, something like that. Also, theories about that as well. So, yeah, the Greys, a lot of people have had encounters with them allegedly of experiments. They've been experimented on, or and their memories usually are wiped. And yeah, as I said, they have these supernatural abilities that, with a technology we don't possess at the moment. As we can confirm in our modern day, they can be associated with the lizard aliens, the reptilian aliens, which are different gods that allegedly existed in different civilizations where they have reptilian types of deities. Now, there's theories that the deities that people were worshiping were aliens or watchers. As I said, the religion and the theorists might both be talking about the same thing. We just call it different stuff. And yeah, I've seen them and shown them on the show before, the different artifacts they had. And I understand I could make up the flying potato. That's something I made up. But there's also, I do think there are truth to these sightings people saw. Now, and I do think these beings existed from other planets or other dimensions, however they got here. And certainly it has to do with aquatic life, too. So, for instance, speaking of aliens from the sea, there is an island off the coast of, in the ocean. And these island people, one of their gods was a fish type being that came from the ocean, and it told them about math and science and astronomy and all kinds of stuff. And it would go into the water at night, and then it would come back later on during the day. So that, in my opinion, was an extraterrestrial of some kind that was in existence. And this thing that came into existence, whatever it was, they call it a god, but I also think it was, as I said, an alien species of some kind. But the people, when the aliens were encountering people, fallen angels, watchers too, that would not understand the complexity of what they were looking at and what they're observing, so they may have appeared like a fish or appeared in different forms. Let's say aliens. They appear in different ways to communicate with us about things. That's an example of it. And the Stonehenge, it's quite incredible they're able to have those Easter Island heads there without the technology. It shows their resilience and perseverance and creativity, and maybe they had some help from the somewhere else too. At least they were building them to signal for something. Right. And Joe says Autek is our most famous underwater base located in Toto, tongue of the ocean. There is a fire wire that comes from there down into the crevices. It's a base studies exotic underwater craft in the Bahamas. Oh, I didn't know about that. Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, I I'm glad that we have bases underwater too. That truly is innovative that we had those. Now, in the situations, the so yes, the reptilians allegedly have the gray aliens as a worker bees, and they're there to monitor the scientific stuff of whatnot. Easter eggs in Easter Island. Well, I think that they are, in my opinion, I do think secretly there is a underground base where the Easter Bunny must hide all those eggs at. Yeah, like I think so. They say there isn't, but I think that secretly that's where all the eggs are stashed that get distributed. But they don't want people knowing that because everybody's going to go there and take all the Easter eggs. Joe says, I believe they can transverse all forms of space, air, water, outer space, and have abilities to travel in and out of dimensions. Yes, I agree. And, it goes, these aliens, fallen angels, watchers, whatever people want to think they they are, they could go so fast, their crafts, these orbs, they could go so fast, they can go up and down and all kinds of stuff. They could do pretty much anything. I think they were concerned about public panic, but I'm glad that the Congress and other people are exposing this because it's really, really secretive about what the truth is about these terrestrial beings. Definitely. Okay. All right, back to we're gonna go now to Outcast Island. There's diamonds, rubies, and medicine. Yeah, up and down, and it's yeah, a lot of intense stuff. Yeah, even the aliens have technique to them. It goes past uh, universal and galactic boundaries. I'm scared. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be close. T. Don't turn your back for a second. Oh, it's gonna. Okay, let's see about recovering. Ah, it's not even working. That's nice. Oh, that's better. Oh, fantastic. Got a treasure chest. Yeah, that is a treasure chest that they gave us. Yeah, this island is certainly enchanting right here. And you gotta swim across this area. Let's get over here. And I'd say for centuries, even beyond our modern times, even in Roman times and Egyptian times, they saw extraterrestrials. Oh, this is the look. This is a stump root. Okay. And sweep. Let's take the elephant gun. Let's go right here. Okay. This will be an interesting one right here. Let's see how this goes. Okay, and that's pretty good. And we got him pretty good. Okay. Yeah, that elephant gun's powerful. I think a lot of alien sightings are covered up. They don't want people knowing the truth about what they really are. There's a people at the beginning. The reason why people would know of what was going on, and people might panic. That's their past reason. In the very past, it was thought that. Now, I think people wouldn't really care now because it seems pretty obvious. But I will say, in another thing, it could be the extraterrestrials had this type of power. They have power ups. They have a certain type of energy they didn't want other countries having. You know, there could be other reasons why. Like what Joe's saying, revealing their power source, which replicated would cause too much chaos to the systems we use overnight, hurt the pocket of those who profit permanently. They have figured out a way to capitalize upon infinite energy systems. Yeah, yeah. And very good point. And with the infinite energy systems, you will have this circumstance where if people had that, you know, you could power a city for a long time. Like, you know, would never have a power outage. So yeah, they certainly are. They don't want people to know the truth about these technologies they have. I mean, you could help everybody all over the world with that type of technology. All right. Out of range. Okay, let's see. About this weapon. Yeah, see, throwing this back at that. Yeah, so I think aliens have visited people throughout centuries of humans' creation for thousands of years. I think they appeared as different deities to people. And for instance, like you have the ladies of the lake from King Arthur. You have all kinds of people from different civilizations who everywhere, all over the world, that have seen these things. Also, the pyramids, too. Right, it would have ability. It would control profit and resilience. Let's see this. Oh, this is pretty epic right here. This is gonna be close. Let's see what this does. All right. And then this. Let's see, do I survive or not? Let's see, it's getting close. Oh, almost got it here. They're gonna get me. Oh, that was so close. I almost got deleted there. Alright, it's gonna get me now. Yep. Okay. And now we're going to go back to the other island. Oh, I could dodge it. Yeah, I could do that. Oh, I could move around a little bit more to dodge the strikes. That's what I usually do. I was seeing how well as a direct attack would go. But now we're going to go back to the island, to Outcast Island. Okay. Okay, this now it's a spooky time. Okay. Yeah, very good advice. Yes. Scared. Hilarious. Hilarious. Yeah, now, and there's all kinds of different UFOs. Now, with the aliens, there has been a lot of different types of UFOs that have been seen. There's cigar-shaped ones, there's orbs, there's the flying saucers. There's all kinds of different things that have been seen by different people. Okay, let's go this way. Now the past here. Okay, so and that is true, Joe. That is the way to battle it. It seems, yeah. So dodging maneuvers will certainly work with this one if possible. Yeah. Let's look at the map. Unknown aerial phenomena. Yeah, yeah. Now there is a theory that they use a quartz crystal to power the UFOs, and the rest of the UFO is invisible. That's what one of my friends theorized, that he didn't believe in aliens, but he saw a UFO over his head in Texas, and the entire area was shut down. The airspace was shut down, and he saw the orb. All right, there's Raven's Cove. Outcast Island is like way on the other side of the world. Nice. Okay, let's go to Congre hosts. I believe some organic, some reverse engineered, and some are altered dimensions or timelines. Yeah, there's, as we said before, the theory that they are uh, time travelers. All right, there's also, we've talked about that before with a time traveler theory. That's interesting. Yeah, okay. And speeding out this way. in the adjacent direction. Then going to the line here. This island has a bunch of skeletons on it, if I recall correctly. Okay, now we'll be docking. It's actually a bunch of crabs. Oh yeah, the undead is here. There they are. Ah, hello Anthony. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Okay, it's this. Oh, I'm about to go out. I'm scared. I pressed the wrong button. That's why I went out. I wasn't able to get the thing fixed in time. All right. I defeated them before in that island. Okay, let's go back here. I hope you've been doing good, Anthony. From fridge, scientists have combined quartz and amethyst with lasers and magnets. This power source was explained many months ago on Alien Scientist channel. Very interesting. Yes, yes, that was a fun stream. Hola, Latina. It's great to see you. Welcome to the stream. I hope you've been doing well. It's been a while since I've seen you. Okay, so yeah, so I do think with the UAP that the UAPs that are out there, that those are the possible different origins of them. That there's theories that the gray aliens are some sort of robotic species. That's also another possibility. It could be. And there's allegedly ghosts and phantoms and stuff like that are connected to it some kind of a way. Okay. Okay, now we're going to be rating these different islands right here. Okay, so there's Driftwood, there's Port Royal. Let's go. Yeah, the volcano island. That's interesting. Oh, we're on fire because the ship was in warfare and it survived with 1,000 cuts. Latina says, Alien, a couple of days ago, I heard for the first time that some spaceships are one with ET in a way that we aren't able to comprehend. Like the spaceship is connected remotely with an ET. That is interesting. I've not heard about that theory. So basically, it's connected through some sort of, from what my understanding, a type of telepathy, maybe. That's a possible. That's interesting. I've not heard that. I've not heard about that yet. Thank you for mentioning it to me. Okay, so that the spaceships are one with an ET way or comprehend. Okay, Well, it's gonna go this way, in that direction. Okay. All right. Joe says I heard it through the grapevine that beings are referred to as savers, synthetic or biological extraterrestrial races. Yes, yes, yes. Uh, that's what that is. This is a spooky one. I think this is where Davy Jones is at. Davy Jones's Island. Okay, so we have this cave right here. You have a bunch of they have bombs and stuff in here. They throw. Especially with the alien technology they would have, I could see them doing it remotely. That way they wouldn't have to be there, and they could have like clones. That's what I was saying. Like the alien technology and the things that they have is like beyond our understanding, because it's something advanced that we don't have access to just yet. So yeah, that makes sense. Like rather than going on their own, they would have this telepathic communication with it, uh, with the other spaceships that are out there. Yeah, they're connected probably through maybe some sort of telepathy. Like you could kind of like I don't know. A very mild examples like Wi-Fi, like how internet or cellular, you're able to like connect stuff to a phone or a live. Like say you're watching a live stream, and through your phone wirelessly, so they're somehow controlling them wirelessly through like a telepathic means. That is another way they could be doing that. I'm sure that they're able to reanimate things and the dead, stuff like that. I'm sure they're able to do all kinds of stuff with the technology they possess. Joe says, I believe telepathic control is a means of control on many. They've revealed different projects they're working on now. Replicate that. Ah, yeah, yeah. And I do think there's possible truth that they take the alien technology to try to use it for their own benefit. They told everybody about it. They're concerned about what hands it'll get into, and it might mess with their profits and things like that nature. BCIs, brain controlled interfaces, exist. Yeah, yeah. Like in Transformers, they were no spoiler alert. They may have been trying to study aliens to use their technology for something. All right, so that was a cave with Davy Jones's crew in it. Joyce, it does. That is a benefit about it. It does help the husband take out the trash. And good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. Uh, Glad to have you here. Yeah. So DARP has been working on it. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah. Like imagine what technology we'll have in 30 years. Asking for a friend. Yeah, for your friend to know the telepathic technology will help that husband take out the trash, definitely. T. Ah. Swarm Control 2018 announced it successfully technology to allow the operator to control up to 3 different types of aircraft using their thoughts. Ah, yes. Okay, and the guy's right here. Okay, T. Then we're going to do it this way. Alright, I defeated the enemy. I did defeat him. Although he took me out, I defeated him. Alright, so that's good. Alright, Latina says Grant Cameron was on Coast to Coast AM Tuesday the 7th, mentioned the spaceships are conscious. That is, as I said, I've not heard of that before. Oh, the dude's still in there, still locked up in there. Yeah, I have not. That makes sense. I mean, but what I have heard was a situation happening where the aliens are beings themselves. Joyce wonders where Moki is. Moki was here. She was here. Maybe she's lurking, or had to do something. Yeah, it's a prison break. It's a prison break. Yes. They used external cranial nodes, but yeah, I've heard of them being organisms. Like the UFOs are organisms, but the UFO itself, like the spaceship having its own consciousness. That's interesting. It's probably true. I'm sure it's like advanced enough to be able to do that. That's a good point. Joe said they used external cranial nodes, but want to utilize brain implants to achieve greater control with additional units. Ah, okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay, and going this way around the corner. All right. So said this is the zombie island. Yeah, prison break. Out of this island was known as to be a prison island, by the way. Yeah, that's the Spooky Moon. Yeah, I do believe that the UFOs probably have that. Definitely. Oh yes, yes, absolutely, absolutely. Right, and Joe says EEG sensors pick up the electrical signals in the user's brain to monitor sensors such as military and medical applications. Ah, interesting. I didn't know about that. Yeah. Now, it's really interesting to see how the science over time has adapted to continuing the research on the ETs. That's very cool. I think that is very important because with that that situation at hand, you and that's probably how the ETs themselves started out doing it, or how they could translate it into our technology. Because I do believe they probably studied those things to get a grip on how it all works. All right, sinks into the ocean. All right, so let's see. It really is interesting to. Well, not interesting. I said it already. Now with these ships, I like the red checkerboard ships. That's very cool. Okay. You know, I've had to deal with a lot of people where the things with the censorship regarding the alien stuff, I think it was always part of their plan, as we were saying, that they're probably trying to hide their technology because it was too valuable, and maybe they didn't want to cause a public panic at some point. But I definitely think that the censorship that they did was, and they used cancel culture, in my opinion, with aliens and those type of things, because people that were trying to communicate and talk about them were not even taken seriously, but then later on they're saying they were serious. Like they say, a lot of conspiracy theories are proven true later. That's why I always want people to continue to stay hungry about learning more about these type of things, because you never really know. You know, it's certainly, you know, these things could definitely be real. As we could see, you know, there's definitely something there. Yeah, there you go. The future is now. Yeah, in a lot of ways it is. You know, with the AI technology, there's lots of concerns about how it would be implemented and what the long term effects of it was. It's currently stinkfully, in my opinion. Oh yes, absolutely, Joe. Absolutely. All right, and communication. Yeah, so dolphins. That is a very interesting fact about dolphins, and dolphins are very intelligent creatures. They really are, and I would it would make sense that they were communicating with wavelengths, but it's not something that I am I didn't know offhand. You know, so thank you for telling me about it. Let's see. This should work. All right, there it goes. It goes down. Hey, now going full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. You know, especially like with trials and stuff. The trials and things that we've seen also, where people clearly are, as I said, sometimes they're clearly guilty, but they try to obtain their innocence, but they are guilty of these crimes, and they'll try to do things to twist it around to make it look like they didn't do it. Like with Tellus, he always holds on to his story, and he doesn't change his position or anything, and that is another example of that right there. Absolutely. All right, Joe says, I believe we haven't progressed to where we need to because of the censorship into the frontier theories, all because of greed and wanted milk and how we things along as we can. Yes, yes, absolutely. All right. All right, and we have Anthony McQuaid right here. Okay. Anthony says, imagine, if you will, a man abducted by aliens who, upon his return with triple the IQ and the ability to read your mind, what would you do? Trust? I would be, if it could read minds, it would know what I'm thinking. It would certainly would need to demonstrate proof about what it was seeing or not seeing. That would certainly be a way to know. Right. Yeah, so I would certainly see if there was demonstrations about it. That's what I would want to know. And if there wasn't any demonstrations about it, they would see if it was really true or not. Now, if it was true, it could read minds. It probably would solve a lot of problems and do a lot of good things, or it would do a lot of bad things. And I'll be suspicious because the aliens could have corrupted the person's mind. Right. Okay. And Joe said, "I'm sure humans have ability that, of we were only allowed to legitimize as form of communication. Our subconscious knows it to be true, but the conscious mind denies it." Ah, very true. Very, very good point. Very well said. Yes. Yeah, the bad things are already happening, and we don't need any more bad things to happen. I totally would agree with that. Yeah. Right. And Latina says, Joe, they don't even want us to have free renewable energy sources of free medical weeds like marijuana. And Joe says, very true, Latina. It's disruptive to their system of control and profit. Yeah, because definitely they want to keep that control and profit for the big safe big pharma. In my opinion, they they want to keep that money there, and these other ways of, like, for instance, I was looking at earlier today about organ harvesting, and allegedly they could have, with people's brains, people that are brain dead, they might be harvesting organs from people that are young, and they don't want people to know the truth about what's going on because it would hurt the industry that they have. Yeah. Sad stuff I don't want to mention. Yes, yes, definitely. So I do think that. Oh, so that is certainly a situation that is also occurring with the. They don't want people to know these things because it hurts their agenda. All right, Joe said exactly more money on treatment. If you want to cure, you'll have to empty your pockets up front. Right, exactly. Nice green grass right here and some plants. Okay. Keep you. It's called keep you sick care. Yep. Yep. Like the cures for cancer, in my opinion, I think they probably could know what it is, but they don't want people to know for the industry that they're trying to keep up. That's what I've been told before by people that are in the medical field. That they think that. Yeah, so true indeed. Absolutely, so true. Let's see. Let's teleport to this realm. Yeah, this is the main pirate island, by the way. Yeah, so those are my thoughts about that matter. Yeah, and I think it's tied with the aliens too. That they want their technology. So I didn't really think about before. They want their technology. They want, and they don't want everyone else to know about it. And maybe in the past they're concerned of a public panic, allegedly, which I don't really even know if that's true. But that was another alleged situation. All right, Joe says, in my opinion, there is a reason most use the staff of Hermes, the symbol of medicines and merchandise and thievery, instead of the red escapus, the true symbol of health and healing. Ah, yes. EMT units, the only ones that use the symbol today, in the Star of Life, the middle of the rod and Asclepius. Oh, okay. Thank you for your thank you for your theory about it. All right, that was a pretty good shot right there. That was a pretty good shot. Right, and they're going this way. Okay, and then this way. Okay, so sounds like something needs meds for it. Yeah, it does sound like a disease. Yes, it does sound like a disease, definitely. I'm scared. Okay. Oh no, Anthony, it was funny. It was a funny joke. I like what you said. Okay. I'm going out this direction. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, so you have the ship repaired. That's good. There's so many rare gems and crystals and diamonds in the planet. There's theories also that the aliens were trying to come here to mine for gold and different types of metals for their atmosphere, their spaceships and stuff. That's another theory about them. Some of them come from the star Sirius, allegedly. Also, and the division, the country, as I said, is really messed up, and I do think that the media is responsible for these types of mix-ups, and they've been promoting this type of division for a while to turn the masses against each other. Because that's why it's good to have more unity, and a lot of times there isn't unity in these different circumstances. That's another thing that I don't quite like is. And then you have the side that talks about these ridiculous things and instigating the violence. I don't like that either. That's why I think people have to function as our country was meant to function, in my opinion. All right, and Joe says the staff of Hermes is the rod with the two winged snakes, a false symbol of healing. The rod of Asclepius has the staff with a single winged snake, no wings, true symbol of healing. Hero of good, god, medicine, ancient Greek religion, and mythology. Oh, okay. Now Port Royal. They may as well make their symbols the symbols of Harry Potter, in my opinion. Oh, that was a very good. Oh, I get a little bit mixed up for a second. I got with something else. I like the symbols of Harry Potter. I personally wouldn't mind that because that was funny what you said. I think that with that situation, the Harry Potter symbols they're really very creative and good. But yeah, at that point, might as well use it. So, and Harry Potter teaches a lot. It has a lot of moral teachings in that. And really, a time of wizards was the time when society was just getting started. The with chemistry, it was called alchemy. So yeah, that's quite funny. Yeah, and Hermes is known for the god of thieves, merchandise, and massaging or messaging. And Neutron, yeah, yeah. These are some pumpkins. This is a crazy dude right here. He's looking for something. Yeah. All right, that is. It looks like clouds are coming over. It might be starting to rain in the game. That'll be interesting. There is different weather patterns in the game. Oh, it's raining, chat. It's raining in the game. All right. So finally, they also have rain in it too. All right. So the rain at Port Royal. It's raining at the castle, at the fort, right here, at Fort Charles. So I said I like the new things they added to the game. Definitely. Oh yeah, you'll hear a lot about that here, with the different folklore. Okay, the Star of Life is a blue six-pointed star for the rod of Escurpi, Escurpilus, the center of the symbolizing the six keys function of the emergency medical services EMS. Just laying some simple facts. Well, thank you for explaining that to us. Definitely, it's very cool to know. But yeah, that makes sense. And snakes are usually deceptive. Like in Harry Potter, there is the Slytherin, and the Slytherin symbol is a snake. You know, there's a couple of different ones. Okay, now out to the stormy seas. Okay, let's go. I'm in the sign industry, so I feel it's my duty to expose the truth. Well, I'm glad that you're exposing that. Definitely, it needs to be done. All right, this is now the stormy seas. Okay, now we see it's all dark and stormy now. It's quite a Halloween setting. Yes. Okay. Yes, yes, indeed. Wow. Now Merlin in the Harry Potter universe went to Hogwarts. That I read that because he was in their universe. Of course, that was centuries and centuries before the Harry Potter part of the story was there, and it goes back for centuries. The Harry Potter story. It's quite interesting, the folklore and the lore about the movie and the books. A lot of times you'll have situations where the books will have more information than the actual story itself, the actual movie itself. So that's always interesting with the information you get from the books. Yeah, Alien is going to do that. That's true. Yeah. All right, we sunk that ship in the stormy rain. That's very nice. That's Cutthroat Island. Okay. All right, now the Phantom ship will go down. Yeah, so let's go here to down. Okay, let's do this. Okay, gonna go to the Cutthroat Island. How is that happening? Must not have been paying attention to the life source. Okay. And he said yes, and he only informed the peer visioned we can know who they are. Yeah, yeah, definitely. All right, it's storming inside the jail of the pirate jail. Oh, nice sound effects of thunder and lightning. This is interesting to see it in this yard right here. Yes, and only the informed pure vision. Yeah, yeah. There's always these fact checkers, and with unbalancing the checks and balances of how things are supposed to be, and I believe that is another factor that can actually influence true misinformation. Definitely. Yeah, as I said, this is the other part. Let's see. Probably because of the groggy status. Okay, I got that one. And the Dems will cause a civil battle. Blame it on us. Yeah, they'll cause a diversion, and then they will put it off on the other side. Yeah, definitely. I think that they will. Certainly it'll be on that side. They'll cause a problem, and like they'll cause a problem and be the ones to claim to solve it. Now they really fixed it up. This is all the clouds you can see. Okay. Okay, now going to the Driftwood Island. Okay. Following the again, Joe says they follow the rules for radicals, where you always accuse your opponent of what you're guilty of doing. Oh yeah, absolutely. They do. They accuse others of what they're guilty of. Yeah, they do it all the time. Well, that's nice. Nice island. Also, I'm glad to have caught your live the last few times. It's cool. Oh yes, I'm glad you're able to catch it too, Anthony. Also. Okay. Okay. Let's go for a swim. All right. Latina says that's the same thing lovers that cheat do. The cheater in their relationship blames the other for being the actual cheater. I don't know why. Maybe it's to gaslight. That's possibly true. Could have to do with gaslighting. A very good point, Latina. Yeah, thank you, Joe. Yeah, the lovers that cheat do that the cheater in a relationship blames the other for being the actual cheater. Yeah, yeah. That's a Timu Moon right there. They don't have that graphic completely right, but they tried. So it's like there we go. It's better now. Okay, so you have all that. Scared. Surely an enchanting site. Sometimes with these games, it's just the effects. The visual effects are just phenomenal. The different sightings. And that's a ship that crashed on shore, must have been reefed. You're right there too. Yeah, skirt. Yeah, the mugs are huge. And Joe says it's sad today that loyalty and fidelity isn't held sacred, honorable, and admirable as it once was. Yeah, a lot of times things today are taken for granted. But people take a lot of things for granted these days. Everything's like Team Mufied these days. Definitely. Okay, and yeah, so that is the overcast clouds of the night. Let's see how this looks on the water. Let's see. Yeah, Heaven's Beam. Okay, on the water it is a little bit cloudy, but not too cloudy. Okay. That was a very strong generation indeed, Anthony. Definitely. And I think hard times create strong men. And then they make good times, and then when good times are good, then they make times bad. Well, like and good times make weak men, right? Sally, you're right, Anthony. Or it would take many, many generations for it to return. Let's see. Right now, we're going to do some research into some things. Okay, let's go here. Let's switch over here. All right, let's go. All right, shouts to the spaceship cats. Now let's elaborate on some things that we talked about. Let's see. See what this is about here. We use this sometimes to look up and research things. All right. All right, and Joe says, I hope so, Anthony. For everyone in the future, the pendulum that's been swinging has to equalize at some point. Yeah, I believe that everything, that there is balance, and everything will balance and work itself out. The Star of Life is a six-pointed blue star with a white border featuring the rod of Asclepius in the center. It is inherently recognized symbol for emergency medical services (EMS) in the vehicles. The six-pointed star each. Although we know, like, the theory of why this, like what Joe talked about before, this is more information about the symbol, some additional information. The the 6 points. Each point represents the key functions of the emergency medical service system. These functions occur in a specific order during an emergency response. Detection: identifying an emergency, reporting, calling for a person, and the police. Okay, it's Asclepius. Okay, thank you. Response: the initial responders and EMS providers arriving on the scene, on scene care, providing immediate care in the location of the incident, care in transit, continuing the medical care while transporting the patient. Transfer to definitive care. The patient is transferred to a hospital staff for advanced care. Oh, hilarious, Anthony. The rod of Asclepius, a serpent coiled around the staff and center of the star of ancient Greek symbol of medicine and healing. Oh, okay, Anthony. Yeah. Origin: the Star of Life was created in early 1970s by Leo R. Schwartz, the chief of EMS branch of the U.S. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, NHTSA. The new symbol was needed because a commonly used orange cross emblem too closely resembled the Red Cross logo, and the Red Cross objected to its use. NHTSA trademarked the design of February 1, 1977. After the trademark expired in 97, the NHTSA formally gave the symbol to National Registry of Emergency Medical Technicians, NREMT. Okay, and continuing with this, let's go here. Oh, I will, Anthony. Thank you for sending those emails. I appreciate them. Staff of Hermes. It's true the symbol of healing. Look up what is the incorrect symbol. One used more commonly, please. Okay. And what is the symbol now? Okay, I think it's. We'll look it up right here. Let's go here. All right, this right here, right? That is what's commonly used now. Right, and this is, I believe, this is the one that Joe's referring to, and oh, okay, okay, yes, I see the difference. Okay, thank you for distinguishing the difference. Okay, let's go here. Yeah, yeah. You see, like the traditional one is the one with the wings, and then the other rod, which is used now, this one is the one with the snake with the rod. Yeah, thank you for the info. There is zero reference to Hermes being the god of health or healing in any way. Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, he was the son of Apollo, son of the god Apollo, and a mortal woman named Coronis. In one story, Apollo deleted Coronis in a jealous rage, but saved his unborn child from her funeral pyre, and it is said to be the first Cestrian section, the education. The Apollo entrusted the baby Asclepius to a wise centaur, Chiron, who mentored him in the art of healing. And allegedly, a centaur, those things could have been products of fallen angels and humans, possibly. Or the aliens and humans making hybrids. Healing abilities. The Asclepius became so proficient at medicine that he was able to restore the deleted to life. This was viewed as a crime against the natural order, and Hades, the god of the underworld, complained to Zeus that Asclepius was stealing his subjects. The death deficient, fearing the Aplysius power would disrupt a natural cycle of life and deletion. Zeus struck and deleted him with a thunderbolt. Later, after Apollo intervened, Zeus resurrected Asclepius as an immortal god and placed him among the stars and constellations, the serpent holder. And let's see what this constellation looks like here. These interesting constellations. This is some other explanation of the constellation. Joe says the vis-a-vis the staff of Hermes, most commonly used today in medicine, is incorrect symbol, but perfectly fits with how the Western medical system works today as merchandise and thieves steal your money. Yes, yes, absolutely. The practice of healing temples and the ASSV integrated spiritual mysticism with practical hostilic treatment. Patients would travel long distances in pilgrimage to the sites, which are typically suited in scenic areas with springs and forest and other facilities. Before the admission, supplicants had to undergo period of purification to cleanse their bodies and minds. This process involved washing the sacred waters. Patients would bathe in the sanctuary's therapeutic spring water, which was considered essential for regeneration and spiritual renewal. Cleansing diet: a restrictive diet was followed for several days along the other purgative measures. Prayer offerings: patients would offer sacrifices, prayers, and dedications to Asclepius and other gods of healing to seek their favor. Yes, the staff one snake is correct. Okay. Incubation and dream therapy. All right. The incubation is central practice. Ritual sleep amid at receiving the divine cure or instructions through a dream. The abation: after purification, patients slept overnight and in the sacred dormitory called the abaton or encometrion. Dream visions: as they slept, priests believed that the god Asclepius or his sacred snakes would appear in the dreams. The god might heal the patient directly or reveal necessary remedy. EMTs and very few hospitals and even very few dentists know and use the proper symbol for their practices. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's all about, like, they don't even know like the symbol they're using because they want people to not know the truth about what it is, so they can continue their subliminal messaging of deception. Interpreting the dream: the next morning, the patients would recount the dream to a priest healer who would interpret its symbolic meaning to prescribe, of course, treatment. Soporific substances, such as opium, may have been used to help induce a dream state. Yeah, opium was certainly used a lot, and it will really, that's what it was. It was a sleepy. It was help people relax. But of course, now it's used in heroin and different types of, it's an opiate. So it's used in all kinds of different opiate drugs we have today. We still have using it today, but a lot of times it's abused by people. Right. All right. Through me over 18 years of a sign industry and showing medical professionals, they're surprised and even applauded. Didn't know. Oh yes, yes. So I'm glad that you exposed that. I'm glad that you learned those skills to share with us too. Applauded. Yes. Okay. Physical and hostilic therapies. While the spiritual elements were central, the asaplia functioned as a kind of spa health retreat. A wide range of hostilic therapies was offered. Natural medicines, priests, and doctrine at the temple used and herbal remedies, ornaments, and other natural treatment. Hydrotherapy, the sacred spring water used in various therapeutic water and mud baths. Diet and exercise. Practitioners emphasize the importance of diet, rest, massage, and physical exercise overall health. Therapeutic entertainment. Many sanctuaries, like the one in Upadarius, had theaters and stadiums. The Greeks believed and watched plays provided therapeutic emotional release. And music was also used for calming effect. The sacred snake. Non-venomous. The snakes were a common and important feature in a temple as they were considered sacred to Asclepius and the symbol of renewal. Oh yeah, they didn't know that they were taught in ignorance. Yeah, aquatherapy is good for health and healing. Yes. Oh, Chad, you don't have to take notes, buddy. It's this is a um it's just some fun facts. It's not necessary to take notes at the moment, but we'll let you know when the time is for that. Oh, hello, Amy. Good evening to you. Welcome. Thank you for telling me hello. I hope you are doing well. I recently was playing the pirate game, and I was on the tropical islands. You know, it was similar to Hawaii, and yeah, I really, we had a good time playing it. Now we're talking about some interesting facts about how the medical symbols that are used now are not really the correct symbols that they should be using. Yeah, the facts. All right, so I appreciate you all here. Shout out to all of you. And the non-venomous snakes were a common and important feature to temples as they were considered sacred. And the incubation during the incubation, these snakes were sometimes allowed to roam freely in dormitory floor, and some believed they whispered healing secrets to sleeping patients. In the sanctuary, the snakes also symbolized. Oh, thank you, Amy. I appreciate that very much, and also you too. And oh, hello, Lori. Good evening. Oh, welcome. I'm glad to have you here. In the sanctuary, the snakes are also symbolized the god's presence throughout the sanctuary and were thought to possess the ability to identify curative herbs. Votive offerings. Once a cure was achieved, patients would often leave a votive offering and thanks. These offerings varied widely and could include anatomical votives, stone achieve offering thanks to these offerings were widely in use. The stone of terracotta models representing the body parts that had been healed, and the tablets inscribed in the plaques documenting the case history in Marcellus cure wealthy dedications, more elaborate plagues, plaques, or other open gifts. Interesting. Okay. All right. Records left at the temples at Acepisius show that the dream interpretations and resulting treatments varied widely, ranging from miraculous divine intervention to pragmatic hostilic therapies. Prescribed treatments often reflected the combination of religious belief, psychological suggestions, and natural medicine. Oh, peace to you too, Amy. Thank you for telling us hello. The common dream interpretations, the temple priest interpretations, were based on the patient's recounting of their dream, which was seen as a massage for the Asclepius or his divine family. Joe says spa jacuzzi also allows the detoxifying pathways, one of the biggest organs in the intestine, to detect and remove foreign radicals from our bodies. I didn't know about that. You know, it's interesting the ancient technologies they have that are able to help people heal, and we built upon those things, and now we have advanced. But of course, those ancient ways are still really cool to use, like the spa treatment, stuff like that. Yeah. Common dream interpretations. The temple priests interpreted were based on patients' recounting of which seen as messages from Asclepius or his divine family. Direct intervention. In many cases, patients reported a direct visitation from the Asclepius himself. In these dreams, the god might appear in human form or as one of the sacred animals, typically a snake. Inscriptions from the Asclepion and Epidarius, called Imata, describe the miraculous cures performed by the god's hand during sleep, such as surgeries or spontaneous healing of the wound. Symbolic prescriptions. For less dramatic cases, the dream offered symbolic instructions that priests would interpret. A dream might suggest a remedy, recommend a lifestyle change, or indicate a spiritual or emotional cause of ailment. For example, a dream of being licked by a secret snake was believed to be healing action of the god. All right, Joe says, yes, our skin is, per biggest organ, the intestinum interstitium, underneath, directly connected to our lymph nodes. Oh, yeah, thank you. And that it is our largest organ. That is true. Common treatments prescribed. Oh, yes, Anthony, that's a book that must be in circulation. Absolutely. All right. Common treatments prescribed. Based on dreams, interpretations, and patients' overall health, priests prescribed a holistic regimen that incorporated mystical rituals with proven medical techniques. Herbal medicine and diet. Priests often prescribe the specific herbs, roots, or dietary adjustments. For instance, a temple inscription from Pergamon mentions a patient being cured after a dream prescribed a diet of onions and white pepper. Herbal cocktails and induced hallucinogenics. The state were sometimes used to facilitate dream visions. Hydrotherapy. Baths and mud treatments were central to the healing process. The sacred spring water, the sanctuaries also through the therapeutic, and priests would prescribe specific bathing rituals. Physical activity. Exercise was a common prescription for patients involving visits temples, gymnasium, and recognized the ancient Greek belief in connection between physical fitness and spiritual well-being. Psychological and spiritual catharsis. Patients were encouraged to attend plays in the temple theaters as it was believed that emotional release through drama was therapeutic. The entire process of pilgrimage, purification, and ritual sleep was designed to create a powerful autosuggestive placebo placebo effect. Surgical intervention and trance state. In some recorded cases, surgical procedures were performed on patients while they were in a dream like possibly opium induced trance state. Now, as I said before, opium was used a lot and it was like a magic to them. That's what they used, and also it's still used today, obviously, as well. And many different drugs and things. A surgeon operating on the patient's abdomen to remove obscenes while they were asleep. Animal contact. Contact with the sacred and non venomous snakes, which often roamed about the floor, was believed to have healing properties similar to the rituals involving having a sacred dog lick the patient's wounds. And so it's interesting to also see how this was done by the ancient people. Oh, Anthony, that's funny. Hilarious. Okay, and let's see, anything else? Okay, so that was about the medical symbols and some back history about it. Joe says the in regulation it can, but habit forming can eliminate the resting mind ability to go into REM. Yeah, exactly. And I believe anything can cause a problem like that for sure, and regulation could help, but forming can eliminate the resting mind's ability to go into REM. Yeah, yeah. And let's see something I'm curious about. And in these temples, the opium was used primarily as a soporific, sleep-induced agent to help patients achieve the ritual state of incubation or temple sleep. This use blended the physical properties of opium with spiritual beliefs of the time, enhancing the mystical healing experience. Facilitating dream visions, priests likely administered opium to help patients fall into the deep trance like sleep of incubation. This state was necessary for patients to receive divine vision visitations or healing instructions from Asclepius in their dreams. Anesthesia for surgery. Inscriptions at Epidorius show that the priests sometimes preferred to perform surgery such as draining abscesses. Opium would serve as the powerful analgesic and anesthesic to manage the patient's pain during these procedures. Any substance can cause that alien, be opiate, caffeine, alcohol, etc. Oh yes, okay. Thank you for further explanation about that. Okay. Pain management. In general, opium was widely known for its ancient world for its powerful pain relieving effects, and the temple priests, healers would have used it to treat pain and bring comfort to the sick, enhancing its mystical atmosphere. By keeping the use of a drug like opium, the mandrake, a secret, priests could enhance their reputation, reputation and seemingly miraculous nature of the healing process. Patients would attribute their recovery to divine intervention rather than plant-based medicines. Oral concoctions. Oh, hello, Nancy. Good evening to you. Uh, Welcome to the chat. I'm glad to have you here with us. And right now we're talking about some stuff from the ancient Greeks at the moment. The inhalation. There's evidence that the opium vapors were inhaled, likely burning from the substance on hot tile or in a pipe. Super priorities. These were used for targeted relief, especially for conditions involving bowel. Joe said coffee is okay. Everything in moderation is very beneficial to circulation and antioxidant. All right, now I'm going to talk about that now. Information about Blackbeard. Let's see. Because we play the pirate game and we talk about it sometimes. So kind of explaining about this. Let's see, Joe. Yes. Let's see some pirate islands they had. Some of the most famous pirate islands in history were the infamous heavens havens during the golden age of piracy. Oh yes, thank you, Nancy. Thank you. Havens during the golden age of piracy, the late 17th to 18th centuries. Pirates were drawn to these locations for their strategic position along trade routes and safe harbors and weak or corrupt local governments. I like to call it governments instead of governments. Tortuga in Haiti, located off the northwest coast of Hispaniola, this mountainous island became significant pirate hub in the 17th century. The Brethren of the coast, French buccaneers who were forced from Hispaniola in the 1630s, settled in Tortuga. They created a loose fraternity within its own code of conduct and began raiding Spanish ships from its fortified stronghold. Fraternity, I meant. Okay. No pirates. The figures like Francis and Henry Morgan operated from Tortuga before they declined in the 17th century because they had these little. It's like their bases. It was like their bases, pretty much. And there were trials for pirates, and sometimes they were given the letters of marque where they were pardoned by the king for their piracy, and they went to these different islands kind of like as a hideout. And these different pirate havens, some places were safer than others to go to. New Providence in Bahamas. This Bahamian island with capital of Nas, the this right here. Going to look this up for a second. Let's go here. Yeah, we're talking about how these days with the media, I think they sow a lot of division and use cancel culture as cues to try to censor what people are trying to say, and teaching people misinformation. And by doing that, they create real misinformation. And a lot of times, I think gaslighting happens, especially with the country in the way it is right now. I think that the other side, that like the media, for instance, they're the ones spreading the true misinformation, like gaslighting. Say someone's cheating in a relationship, the cheater is the one that'll accuse the other one of cheating when they're the one that's really cheating. So it's a gaslighting thing, I think. Oh yes, sorry, I'm glad you like this topic. Yes. All right. The capital island of Nassau became known as the Republic of Pirates. Strategic advantages. The island's harbor had a built-in escape route. Shout out to Mary Toodles. Through a shallow channel, making it easy for small pirate sloops to evade larger naval vessels. Like in the game I played with the smaller naval vessels, and that's always fascinating to have. And the flying gang, the early 18th century prominent pirates like Blackbeard, Calico, Jack, Rackham, and Charles Vane formed associations called the Flying Gang, using Nassau as their main base. Port Royal, Jamaica. This former Spanish outpost was controlled by the English from 1655. The English governors encouraged privateers and buccaneers to use Port Royal as a base to attack the Spanish shipping. Wickedest city on earth. The town gained a notorious reputation for its bars, brothels, and general lawlessness. Legendary privateer Henry Morgan even served as lieutenant governor of Jamaica. Destruction. Much of the city. Yes, Eric, absolutely. One of the city was destroyed and submerged during the massive earthquake of 1692, an event many viewed as divine retribution. The Indian Ocean strongholds. Yes, absolutely, Anthony. Absolutely. Yes. Right, Marie, Madagascar, known as St. Mary's Island, this haven off the coast of Africa was a major base for pirates preying on the Indian Ocean trade in the late 17th century. Mythical colony. According to the legend, some pirates created a utopian colony called Lepretelia nearby through this likely is a myth. Famous pirates. Captain Kidd, Thomas Tew, and Henry Every all used the island as a supply and black market base for the lucrative raids. Other notable pirate locations. Braterie Bay, Louisiana. The swampy islands of Batteria served as. Yes, absolutely. Served as the base for the privateer turned to pirate John Lafitte, early 19th century. His operation was major black market port until he aided the U.S. during the War of 1812 in exchange for the pardon, the Oracoke Island, North Carolina. With the secluded location in shallow waters, this Outer Banks island provides a hiding spot for the famous pirate Blackbeard, who was ultimately killed nearby in 1718. The Clue Bay Ireland. The rugged part of Ireland was a stronghold in the formidable 16th century pirate queen Grace O'Malley. Yeah, Nancy, and that is a cool rum, by the way. It's a cool rum. High tack pirate island, Vietnam. This archipelago was shelter for Chinese and Vietnamese pirates as recently as the 20th century. Now, I am curious what the origins of that rum is. So, let's see what the origins of that rum was. And let's see here. And yes, that certainly is the rum for good pirating, indeed. Yes, Nancy. All right. Name origin. I'm curious about this myself. Let's see. Yes, here we go. The rum brand Captain Morgan is named after the real life 17th century Welsh privateer Sir Henry Morgan, known for one of the most ruthless and successful privateers of his era. Henry Morgan became a legendary figure in the Caribbean. A privateer, not a pirate. It's important to distinguish between the pirate and the privateer. While pirates operated illegally for their own gain, a privateer was essentially a state sanctioned corsair. They were commissioned by the government to attack and plunder enemy ships and settlements. Service to England. Morgan received a letter of marque from the English crown to raid Spanish territories and ships in the Caribbean. He became a weapon in the rivalry between England and Spain and used his position to amass immense wealth. Controversial actions. Morgan's attacks, including the famous sack of Panama City in 1671, were often brutal. However, his successful raids were celebrated in England as a patriotic feat. Yeah, mercenaries. I think I said that, but thank you, Lori. Former raider to governor, despite the being arrested for a long time following the sack of Panama, which occurred during a brief peace with Spain, Morgan was seen as a hero. He was ultimately knighted by King Charles II and appointed lieutenant governor of Jamaica, where he oversaw the suppression of his former buccaneer brethren. All right, the rum brand's origins. Captain Morgan brand was founded in 1944 by Seagram's Canadian Spirits Company, an acquired recipe. The CEO bought a Jamaican distillery and discovered an aged spice rum recipe created by a local pharmacy for medical purposes. Oh, wow. Okay. Christine, good to see you, and thank you for the information about that. I will, God willing, I'll be there. All right. And that's something I've been thinking about today that we'll be seeing tomorrow. Yes, the Donna Annelson sentencing. Right. Branding for a legend. Recognizing the marketability for rum with the Caribbean roots, the company decided to use the name likeness from the Buccaneer. The brand's image of a swaggering, flamboyant captain through the historically inaccurate of his betrayal captures the romanticism adventures of the golden age of piracy. Eric says a pirate looks at 40 Jimmy Buffet. Hilarious. All right. Okay, and let's see, what island did Blackbeard go to? Right, Christine says Alien, she knows it, but she will hear it life without parole. Yeah, facts. Facts. You know, Donna's like Tellus, trying to maintain innocence when they're clearly guilty. And I certainly think that she could have had other ways to express herself, other ways she could have handled the situation. And I think it was, see, murder's not the answer. I mean, people could sue other people, they don't have to do things like that. So, yeah, I definitely think that she does not have a decent reality check. Indeed. Right. All right, so Blackbeard, whose real name was Edward Tech, is frequented and used several islands during this time as pirate, with some being more significant to his story than others. Oracoke Island in North Carolina. This island is perhaps the most famously associated with Blackbeard, as it where he spent the final months of his life and met his end. The semi-retired haven, after accepting a royal pardon in 1718, Blackbeard moved to the area with his remaining crew. He used the Oracoke Inlet as a safe base for operations for a time. And Nancy says, amazing captain. Captain's is definitely my favorite medicine. Oh, for sure, he was a tough pirate. Yes. Yeah, he certainly was a tough pirate. And yes, indeed. Then the reason why, Nancy, they used rum was they would put rum with rum was better suited for the seas, because the beer didn't really last that long in those situations. But they would also put lime in it. That's what they called the British limeys, and they were getting scurvy, a lack of vitamin C, so they got them that in their rations. So that's another a fun fact about rum. The Oracoke Island in North Carolina. This is perhaps the most famously associated with Blackbeard, as it's where he spent the final months of his life and met his end. The semi-retired haven, pardoned in 1718, moved to the area and remained a crew in safe base operations at the time. Final battle. Blackbeard was deleted, killed during the fierce battle of the British naval forces led by Lieutenant Robert Menard in the waters of Oracoke Island in November 1718. During his height of his pirate career, Blackbeard was one of the many notorious pirates who used New Providence as a base. The Republic of Pirates. The island was prominent pirate haven in the early 18th century, and Blackbeard operated from there alongside famous pirates like Benjamin Hornigold and Calico Jack Rackham. Yes, exactly, Nancy. All right, Christine says, Ellis, almost a verdict watch. Sorry, Alien, I don't mean to disturb your topic. Though we both chat about trials, so I'm missing that now. Christine, you could talk about whatever you'd like to talk about. It's okay. Oh, this is just like an open discussion. Like, I'm bringing up a topic, but y'all could bring up whatever. And especially my trial chat fam, you know, it's normal to talk about these type of things. So basically, I do will be I think that with that we'll see how it goes. In the verdict watch, I will be interested to see the verdict watch for Ellis. I'll be I can't wait to see that if they're showing it. I don't know if I've been keeping up with that trial. I've been keeping up with the Daisy trial. The Daisy, there's supposed to be closings on Monday about it, allegedly from the prosecution rests this case and the defense will start up. We'll definitely see how that goes. Thank you, Christine, for telling your thoughts about that. The fleeing the crown, Blackbeard fled the Providence of 1718 along with other pirates who refused to accept the royal pardon being offered by the new British governor Woodes Rogers. Other Caribbean locations, the St. Vincent Grenada's Blackbeard captured his flagship in Queen Anne's Revenge off the coast of Martinique, later put the original crew ashore on the island of Bequia in the Grenadines. St. Thomas, though the famous Blackbeard castle on St. Thomas was not used by him, it was Dane's attraction and legacy of the region. Let's see. Oh, so what's the first island he went to? Let's see. Oh, wrong one. Oh, okay. Thank you, Christine. After leaving his career as a privateer, the Queen Anne's War in 1714, Blackbeard turned to piracy and started a criminal career in the Caribbean, likely began in Jamaica. He began his life as a pirate under the established Benjamin Hornigold, who operated primarily from the pirate stronghold of New Providence in the Bahamas, which was essentially a lawless pirate republic at the time. While his earliest moments are not explicitly recorded, historians believe Blackbeard's first port after turning piracy was likely New Providence, where he was mentored by Hornigold. From there, used the island as a base for launching raids against Spanish, French shipping throughout the Caribbean. Okay. So that is like the beginning. They went to the secret island and Jamaica. That's how they did it. Okay. Okay, what goods did he plunder? Let's see. Common plunder, food and drink. To sustain large crew, pirates needed a constant supply of food, especially alcohol. Wine, rum were highly desired because they were safer to drink than water, which could be contaminated during long voyages. That's interesting to know about the alcohol. That's what they drink instead of water. Interesting. Ships and equipment. Pirates were always in need of new vessels or materials for the repair. This meant they would take items like new sails, anchors, rope, and lumber. If a captured ship was better conditioned than their own, they would sometimes simply trade up. Pirates targeted merchant ships and carrying valuable cargo. Blackbeard also associated would steal valuable trade goods such as sugar, tobacco, spices, cocoa, cotton, and clothes and dyes. Weapons and tools were essentially. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. You must have been one in another life. Yes. Weapons and tools. Weapons were essential for a pirate crew. Blackbeard would plunder small arms like pistols and swords, as well as cannons, gunpowder, and shot tools for ship maintenance and navigating. Navigation and surgery were also valuable. Medicine. During his famous blockade of Charleston in 1718, Blackbeard most significantly demand was for a large chest of medicine. Medicines were difficult to acquire at sea and critically important for treating the sick and injured on board. Precious metals, while not as common as popular culture suggests, precious metals were certainly a desirable part of the plunder. Records show Blackbeard had small gold dust in his cabin, likely from a French slave ship, and he remained the Queen Anne's Revenge. See a Blackbeard buried in a treasure. Oh, it's 10 o'clock. Now they're saying it's highly unlikely Blackbeard buried any treasure in the manner of popular legend. There is no historical or archaeological evidence to suggest that he did. The popular image of pirates burying treasure is secluded. The island is largely a modern myth, heavily influenced by fictional like Robert Louis Stevenson novel Treasure Island. Pirates were speed thrifts. Most pirates in the golden age of piracy lived with the moment of spending their plunder on alcohol and other luxuries as pirate havens, likely in Nassau and Port Royal. They had little reason to hoard and bury valuables, especially since pirates' career was often short and brutal. And the risk of burial. Burying a large chest of treasure is significant and impractical undertaking. It would have been difficult to transport the hide the heavy chest without the rest of the crew knowing. Any pirate would who did so would be at the mercy of greedy crewmates who could threaten and betray them. Edward Tech holes are overdrawn there. Yes. Queen Anne's Revenge wreck. When Blackbeard's flagship ran aground and was later explored, a relatively small amount of gold was found, a few grains of dust. So what did he do with his wealth? What happened with Blackbeard's plunder is far less romantic than the buried treasure myth. His career was brief, both productive, and he did acquire considerable amounts of loot. Christine, I know about Jimi Hendrix. I know about All Along the Watchtower. Yeah. Nancy says, I wonder what treasure they took in from Key West. I can't remember where the originated from, but thinking it was definitely a pirate ship. Okay, we'll find out right now. Yes, that is true, Joe. Absolutely. Key West is not known for the specific single pirate treasure, but rather for being the site of immense treasure from the Spanish galleons that wrecked on the Florida Reef during hurricanes in the 17th and 18th centuries. The most famous discovery of this kind of treasure was modern day Silivore Mel Fisher. Mel Fisher's discovery New of Nuestra treasury. The treasure thinking about was from the 1622 Spanish galleon Senora. This was not a pirate hull, but an incredible historical find. The treasure hunt, after 16 years of searching, Mel Fisher and his team discovered the wreck of Atocha off the Florida Keys in 1985. It includes over 40 tons of gold and silver. This includes ignats, coins, and other artifacts. Emeralds. Thousands of emeralds were recovered, including some of the highest quality ever found. Viable artifacts. The ship also carried a wealth of historical objects, including cannons, tools, and personal items. The origin. The Atocha was part of the Spanish Tyra fleet, sailed back from South America. It was carrying treasure from mines in Peru and Mexico back to Spain. That's very cool. Thanks for bringing that up, Nancy. Now, since we talk about trials, this is some information about pirate trials. During the golden age of piracy, pirates were tried in admiralty courts by colonial and crown officials, not their peers. These trials were often swift, lacking due process protections like legal counsel, and carried a high risk of execution for those convicted. Nancy said, yes, it's really amazing, and he has a museum type place you can visit, and some of the treasure and coins and jewelry are on display. Oh, I certainly will check that out one day. Thank you, Nancy. It's so cool about history and how these treasures, especially sunken treasures, were able to be preserved. Yeah, it's very cool. Admiralty Court. The piracy was considered a crime on the high seas, so trials fell under the jurisdiction of admiralty courts and the admiralty courts in the colonial America and Caribbean. These are known as vice admiralty courts. No common law rights. Unlike common law courts, which use a jury of peers, admiralty courts were less formal and more brutal. No legal counsel. Defendants were often uneducated sailors who were required to speak for themselves. Their defense was frequently based on claims that they had been forced into service by pirate captain, an argument that was often met with skepticism by judges. Witness testimony. The prosecution relied heavily on testimony of captured merchant sailors or pirates who had turned the king's evidence in exchange for a pardon. Stede Bonnet. Known as a gentleman pirate, Bonnet was captured and tried in Charleston, South Carolina. He was found guilty and hanged after a dramatic trial where he acted as his own counsel in 1718. Captain Kidd. William Kidd's trial in London was a political affair. Despite receiving evidence of his actions as a privateer, his fate was sealed when he politically influenced backers abandoned him. He was convicted piracy and murder and publicly executed. The Whydah Pirates, 1717. Survivors of Black Siren Melody shipwreck were tried in Boston. 6 were hanged on Boston common and major public spectacle when the younger pirate John Julian was sold into slavery. Okay, sweetie, it's been such a pleasure getting to see you tonight. I'll catch you tomorrow during the trials. Rest well, my friend. Peace. Okay, Nancy. Peace to you, and thank you for hanging out with us for a little bit. See you tomorrow. Execution in public spectacle. The ultimate punishment for piracy was deletion death, usually by hanging. The executions were public spectacles intended to serve as deterrents and would be pirates and unruly sailors. Execution dock. In London, condemned pirates were hanged in the execution dock on the River Thames. The location was symbolic at the low tide mark, representing the crown's authority over the high seas. Post-mortem display. For particular notorious captains, the punishment extended beyond death. Their bodies would be tarred and hung in the iron cage, gibbeted at a prominent location near the water's edge. The gruesome display of rotting corpses was powerful, long-lasting warning to anyone considering a life of piracy. A warning to all. After the deletion of Blackbeard, Lieutenant Merlin served as head and displayed former ship's bowsprit and grim trophy. Clear message to all sailors. All right. Yeah, funny, Anthony. Yeah. For pirates captured and convicted by authorities, punishments other than hangings were used, although they were often equally brutal and served as a public deterrent. The punishment often depended on the severity of the crime, the standing of the criminal, and where the trial took place. Postmortem displays. Purpose: the bodies of particular notorious pirate captains such as William Kidd and Calico Jack were publicly displayed for months or even years, clear warning to others. After execution, the corpses would be coated in tar preserve and escaped in custom made an iron cage called a gibbet. The gibbet would then be hoisted in a post, a prominent location along the busy waterway where it would likely rot visibly. Transportation. Penal colonies. Pirate convicted of lesser crimes might be sentenced to transportation, where they would be sent to a penal colony, most famously in the West Africa and American colonies. Hard labor. The sentence often required years of hard labor under the harsh conditions with little chance of survival or return. Imprisonment. While many pirates were deleted died awaiting trial in a notoriously grim colonial period, some were given lengthy sentences. Public torment. Convicted pirates could be placed in pillory or stockade for public humiliation and abuse, and trial torture. In some cases, torture was used to extract confessions during trial proceedings, especially in vice admiralty courts. Pirates. This is like the Pirates of the Caribbean movie. All right, definitely this part. Yes, pirates could be branded, mutilated as punishment. Through these punishments were typically carried out by colonial authorities rather than fellow pirates. The mutilated and branding were gruesome punishments intended to primarily mark the individual as criminal as severe as public deterrent. I think Jimi Hendrix, he was very talented with the guitar, and he did a nice guitar solo about based on the Vietnam War. It was very creative what he did. Imagine what he could have done with the technology we have today. But yeah, he was. I like him a lot. He was very good with it. I knew about him, and I also learned about him in class too. But I also knew about him before that. Yeah. So timeless lyrics that could last forever. By the way, this is my shirt. So I'll show you on my shirt right here. Let's see. I should have done this before, but whatever. It's a mummy. It's like a Halloween type shirt. I need to unwind. Back in high school, it is getting Christine, just like the white wigged dove sings song like she sang. Ozzy Paranoid, Black Sabbath is own the best. Oh, absolutely. Rest in peace to Ozzy. He was a crazy train. Facts. Branding and authorities. By authorities. The P for pirate in some British controlled regions in the Indian Ocean captured pirates are branded with the letter P on their forehead using a hot iron. This practice was more common in areas with high density of pirates and colonial powers. Branding for commuted sentences. In English court, branding could be used for criminals whose death sentence were commuted with brand was typically placed on the hand thumb identity for person as pardon offer. Colonial branding practices in 17 to the 18th centuries. English colonies branding was also used for non-pirate crimes. Yeah, right on, Joe. And was used for non-piracy crimes. Letters corresponding with crimes such as B for burglary, A for adultery were burned into the skin. Mutilations, ear cropping. The notorious pirate captain Bartholomew is said to have mutilated captives by cutting off their ears. This was also a form of punishment used by authorities for crimes like Sedius Libel. I don't even know what that is. A criminal offense published otherwise making statements intended to criticize, provoke dissatisfaction within the government. Yes, Anthony. Oh my God, Renian. Dreams, stand back, leather lace. Oh, she comes in a rush. Tom Sawyer, fly by night. Yes. Other gruesome acts. The sadistic pirate Edward Lowe was known to cut off the ears and lips of his captives, sometimes forcing them to eat the severed flesh. This behavior, however, was considered extreme even by pirate standards. Torture from information. Torture was common among some pirates to force captives into revealing where valuables were hidden. Some methods include having fingers cut off, having lip matches placed between them. State-sanctioned punishment. Colonial governments use branding mutilation as form as legal punishment designed to create permanent record of a person's criminal status. Pirate crew punishments. On pirate ships, punishments were often less formal and could be brutal, include marining or flogging, but branding and severe mutilation were not common punishments for crew members. Extreme cruelty, especially mutilation, was generally revised for captives, intimidation rather than systematic of justice. Well, that's cool, Anthony. You were in a band. I'm sure you did very well with it. Let's see. Okay, so that was some information about the pirates and the legal stuff about them. Okay. Memories like a cat in the night, wouldn't you love her? Yeah, yeah. Okay, let's see. Anthony, did you see? Well, that's flawed record, as you know. Yes, definitely. I'll play some trial scenes. That's what I'll do. Everything all right?
Yeah, I was trying to see if I saw
I'm going to show you all some a clip from a trial that we watched. Let's see. This is one you have not seen yet. Over here, it's from the Telus trial. Let's see. All right, let's go here.
So up until August 10th of last year, when I retired, I had been a police officer for almost 40 years, 27 of that with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and 20 years as a homicide detective.
Okay. Currently, do you have a new profession or at least a follow-up of your police work?
I'm a contract investigator for the Clark County District Attorney's Office, and I have my own company, and that's what I do currently.
Were you hired by our office to prepare kind of a PowerPoint analyzing video surveillance?
I was.
And just to be clear, was this video surveillance that you had collected when you were working as a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
Correct. On September 3rd, myself and other members of my squad responded to Mr. Gurman's residence in connection with a body that had been found in a suspicious homicidal death. I was one of the later detectives to respond, and my job at that point was to assist the other lead detectives in the case and locate surveillance video in the area of the crime.
All right. So let's talk about that first. So this PowerPoint, you prepared this PowerPoint, is that correct?
I did.
Tell this jury a little bit about the process that you and your fellow detectives, as well as patrol officers, conducted to collect all of the footage that we are about to see.
So the collection of this video actually occurred over a couple of days. On the day of our initial response to the scene, we canvassed the area looking for surveillance cameras that are located on the outside of houses, businesses that might be surrounding the area, any other type of surveillance cameras, whether they be stationary or mobile cameras that could be in the area. And then we make contact with the people who are at that residence or that business and attempt to collect video from them. In this case, there was a house directly across the street which had cameras that faced Mr. Gurman's residence. Down the street, there were a couple other houses. Some of them did not have any surveillance that was available, either because the camera didn't record it or it wasn't within the range of the camera. I recovered some surveillance video from a house at the corner of Wintergreen and Bronze Circle, which actually showed the arrival of the suspect vehicle and the suspect walking along the Wintergreen Drive.
I want to jump ahead just for 1 second before we start moving on to your PowerPoint. You mentioned you found footage on Wintergreen of the suspect vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In your line of work, whether it's in a residential area like in the outdoors or maybe at a casino, is there a process that if you find a suspect or a person of interest, is there a method in which you try to track the movements of someone?
Yes. So once we collect surveillance video and we collect it for a certain time frame where we believe the crime occurred or where the suspect may have been in the area, at that point, we start reviewing the camera footage from the time that we get it until the time that video footage ends, looking for the suspect. If we find the suspect or the suspect's vehicle in any of those video clips, then what we do is start going backwards and looking further down the street, around the corner, down the other streets, businesses that are in the area, to see if we can determine when the suspect or the suspect's vehicle arrived in the area and when it left and what route it took to either arrive at the scene or depart from the scene.
And so ultimately you are trying to find ideally the ultimate origin, let's say in this case the suspect car, trying to find the ultimate origin of that suspect car, and you're trying to find the final destination of the car. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
Can you tell, once you found this vehicle, were you able to track it beyond just Wintergreen and Bronze Circle? Were you able to start collecting surveillance that extended beyond just those couple of streets?
Yes.
Okay, how far out are you going, sir?
Miles. I think it's actually driving the route. It's approximately 5.4 miles out that we went to collect video.
So you just kind of start what? Hitting businesses or restaurant or residences kind of all along this route that you believe this car is taken?
Correct.
And that's what you did in this case?
Yes.
How did you do that? Is it just a one-person job? How many officers took part in this?
So there were 6 people on my squad. We had other detectives that assisted us. There were detectives from the digital forensic unit that helped us. We had other units within the Metropolitan Police Department that assisted us in canvassing the area for surveillance video. All told, I believe I probably had 25 detectives looking for surveillance video.
Have you ever heard of the term of kind of gridding something out?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So it's just giving areas of responsibility to different detectives to look for surveillance video within that area.
Okay, let's start let's start getting to it. What do we see here? What is on this first slide?
So this first slide, there was a multitude of surveillance video cameras that were located. We were able to collect surveillance video from several of the digital video recorders. Some of it was of evidentiary value, some of it was not. This right here is a listing, just the first 6, of locations that had video that was of an evidentiary value that I used in constructing this PowerPoint.
And let me just stop you right there. And just to be clear, the suspect vehicle is not the only thing that you were tracking, correct, in terms of this PowerPoint and the compilation of the video. Is that right?
That's correct. We also tracked the victim.
Okay, so for example, I see number 3. What's significant about number 3?
So number 3 is Roberto's Taco Shop. It's located just north of Charleston on Rainbow, and the victim actually went there at about 9 o'clock in the morning on September 2nd, 2022.
And I see these, you kind of have these parentheses for each one of them talking about DVR time. Why did you put that there, Detective?
So this gives us the approximate offset time from the actual time versus what was on the DVR. A lot of times DVR times are off. Sometimes they're way off. It just depends how the system is connected. If it's connected to the internet, then the time is normally accurate. If it's not, and it relies on somebody at the business to set the time, then the time can be off by any amount. And I always, if I'm within a minute, I normally just call it like 12:30. It could be 12:31, it could be 12:29, but I just give that 60 seconds in there for error.
Okay. Are these just another, I guess, 7 sources of camera footage that we're ultimately going to see?
This is just a continuation of where we recovered surveillance video that had an evidentiary value.
Is this additional footage?
Correct.
And additional footage?
Yes.
So I see the last number here is 22. So there's 20 different cameras that were used to put this presentation together.
22.
Was this kind of what you were just kind of talking to us about?
Yes.
Sorry, if I jumped ahead, I apologize, Detective. What is significant about this slide, sir?
So after we identified the suspect in the case as Mr. Tejas, then what I did was just used what I felt was probably one of the most direct routes that would give me an idea of the distance between Mr. Tejas' residence and Mr. Gurman's residence. In this case, it's approximately 5.3 miles.
And this is kind of the path that you ultimately can follow with the suspect vehicle, correct?
Yes.
What is this?
So this is a photograph of Mr. Gurman's Honda Civic.
Okay. And what is this?
And this is a photograph of Mr. Tejas' maroon GMC Yukon Denali.
We'll talk about this Denali in a little bit once we're kind of through the footage, because I'll have to switch over to the other projector. But let's look at this. How are we going to start?
So this is the first movement of the victim. At about 8:47 in the morning, he leaves his residence. The direction of travel he went was north on Wintergreen, and then we don't have any surveillance video of him after he goes north on Wintergreen. And so this, where the red circle is just his vehicle leaving Bronze Circle from the direction of his residence. And then again, I did the same thing, just an approximate route that I believe Mr. Gurman would have taken to get to Roberto's Taco Shop, and that's approximately 2.4 miles.
What are we looking at here?
So this is Roberto's Taco Shop at 907 South Rainbow at about 9:04 in the morning. And again, this is a corrected time. So when I say corrected, it's just corrected for the differentiation from the actual time and the DVR time. And the victim arrives in his vehicle and parks in the parking lot on the south side of the business. And then this camera right here is the approximate location of the camera that captured that. This is Mr. Gurman arriving. So the clothing that Mr. Gurman is wearing was important to me later on in my examination of the surveillance video, because this is the same clothing he wears when he comes out of his house.
What are we looking at this slide?
This is just a photograph of Mr. Gurman at the cash register inside the Roberto Taco Shop, and that's, again, about 9:04 in the morning.
All right, so we've now moved on to a new slide. What is significant about 9601 Red Hills Drive?
So this is the, I hope I pronounce this right, Pidgeot Elementary School. It is directly south of the road leading to Mr. Gurman's, or Mr. Tejas' residence.
So if you can show us, where's Mr. Tellis' residence?
Right up here where the red pin is.
Okay, is that, I'm gonna walk up here. Is this a driveway? Is that what we're looking at? Is that a driveway out onto Spanish Steps?
Yes.
Okay, so if you just pulled out of that driveway and came down Silk Castle, that would be the straight route if Mr. Tellis was leaving his house to make his way out, I guess, out in that direction. Would that be fair?
Correct. It's just a short eastbound jaunt and then south onto the street.
So just to be clear, this is at 9:10 in the morning. What are we gonna see footage of here?
So this, you'll see Mr. Tejas arriving at his residence, and you'll see the red Yukon Denali traveling westbound and then northbound.
So back in the direction of his house.
Correct.
And just to be clear, you said that the process is you start with the car and then you start working in a direction, collect video, right? Until you find the final destination, right?
Correct.
So this is the final origin spot, correct?
Yes.
But you had to look at video prior to this, seeing the path of travel from the Bronze Circle residence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, or Wintergreen, right? Thank you. All right, so we've got, just to go back, so we're at about 9:10 in the morning for Tejas' Denali at this point, correct?
Correct. He's arriving home.
All right, so now, why are we looking at this slide next?
This is another slide of the victim. So at 9:11 in the morning, the victim leaves the restaurant, gets into his car. He travels west in the parking lot, then goes north in front of the Home Depot there at Rainbow and Charleston, and then he turns back out onto Rainbow Boulevard.
Okay, so this is a minute apart, right? So Garriman's at the taco shop, Tejas is on his way home,
That's
or in
correct.
that direction at least.
Yes. There's Mr. Gurman leaving the restaurant. And in addition to this, I also looked at the other cameras from these businesses to see if there was another red Yukon Denali that had followed Mr. Gurman there or followed him away, and I did not see one.
So during the time that you have eyes on Mr. Garriman's car, at least at this point in time, you're not seeing a red Yukon.
I'm not.
All right. Now, what is significant about this slide?
This is at 9:12 in the morning, again from Pidgeot Elementary School, and this is a camera, same angle as the last time, showing Mr. Tejas arriving. This is showing Mr. Tejas leaving the area of his residence, traveling south, and then traveling east on the street in front of the school.
And that would be Red Hills Road.
Correct.
All right. What are we looking here in this slide?
So this is at 9:19 in the morning. This is a camera that was located at 1405 Wintergreen Drive, which is just southeast of Bronze Circle, where the victim lived. The victim drove northbound on Wintergreen Circle and then turned west onto Bronze Circle toward his house.
Has approximately 8 minutes elapsed since he left the Robertos.
Approximately, yes. There's his vehicle, making the westbound turn on Bronze Circle.
And so that's Bronze Circle beyond that tree there?
Yes.
Okay.
And then at 10:03, the victim left his residence again, traveled north on Wintergreen to Vegas Drive. And then this camera is located at 7200 Periwinkle. It's on Wintergreen, just south of Vegas, and it'll show the victim driving north on Wintergreen and then turning eastbound onto Vegas Drive at about 10:03 in the morning.
Did you also, at this point, with this type of footage, look to see if there's any red Yukons following him?
Not yet.
Okay.
Here you can see he makes the turn, and there are no other vehicles that follow him.
All right. What is significant about this slide, sir?
So this is the first slide, first time that I captured the red Yukon Denali at 10:26 in the morning, traveling southbound on Rock Springs Drive. This is, you can see in the yellow there where Mr. Gurman's residence is located. It's a couple blocks to the east. And this is again at 10:26 in the morning, and it was captured by a camera on the east side of that address. And then these are just stills as the vehicle drove by too fast to be of any use.
What's significant about this area?
At 10:26 in the morning, further down the street on Rock Springs is Cornflower Drive. This video was recovered from 7125 Cornflower Drive at 10:26 in the morning, and the red Yukon drove west on Cornflower. And it's captured by that camera on the north side of the house.
Okay.
At 10:30 in the morning, the house on the corner of Wintergreen and Vegas at 7200 Periwinkle. The victim drove west on Vegas Drive, then turned southbound onto Wintergreen back into the direction of his house. Again, you can see there are no other vehicles that followed the victim into the neighborhood.
And what's significant about this timestamp?
So at 10:39, saw the red Yukon traveling from westbound Vegas Drive to southbound Wintergreen. This is the same direction that the victim had just traveled. And again, 10:39 in the morning from 7200 Periwinkle, and it was the camera located on the east side of the residence.
If we just go back for a second. So this is at 10:30. So Garman's coming in at 10:30, and this is approximately 9 minutes later.
Yes. And all of these videos are at the actual speed. When I reviewed the surveillance videos, I slowed these down to a quarter to an eighth of the speed so that I could look at details.
What are we looking at here?
So this is a still from that last video from 7200 Periwinkle, and this shows the suspect who's clad in an orange traffic shirt, sitting in the driver's seat. The passenger visor is down and the driver visor is down.
Did that take on later significance for your investigation, Detective?
It did.
Why is that?
When I went to Mr. Teaz's residence several days after the murder, I located that a similar red Yukon Denali parked in his driveway, and everything that I had seen on the surveillance video was similar to Mr. Teaz's video, or to Mr. Teaz's vehicle, including the fact that that passenger visor was still down.
Okay, we're gonna pause that presentation for a second. I want to show counsel 314, 17, 317, 319, 322, 325, and 313. Objections? Okay. Any objections to their admission? No. Okay. At this time, we're going to ask permission to admit states 313, 314, 317, 319, 322, and 325. May I approach the witness?
Objection.
Thank you very much. What I'm going to do to make it a little easier, I'll walk up and show the jury so we don't have to keep moving the computer. But take a look at these exhibits and tell me if you recognize what we're looking at there.
So these are photographs taken of Mr. Teaz's vehicle as he was parked in the driveway in front of his residence on the date that we executed a search warrant.
Now, you mentioned that one of the things that jumped out to you was when you saw that vehicle at his house parked, there was something about the visor that jumped out to you. What was that again?
That the visor was down in the same position that it was in this surveillance picture.
Okay. I want to show you 317 and 319. Is that depicting what you're talking about?
It is.
And is that essentially what you're circling there in that photograph, on that PowerPoint presentation?
That's correct.
Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor? Thank you very much. Showing the jury 317 and 319.
There's also one other feature that I saw. If you look,
Here, there's no question.
All right. Detective, is there any other features that you noticed?
there was.
Okay, what was it?
If you look at the surveillance photo on the screen, below the visor, on the edge of the window, next to the hood of the car, there's a light-colored area. There was a similar light-colored area on Mr. Teaz's vehicle when I found it parked in his driveway.
Detective Bogg, why don't you step down for a second? Do you see it in this photograph? That light-colored area?
Right there.
Let the record reflect the witness has pointed to the bottom right-hand corner of the front windshield of that Yukon Denali. And it looks almost, it's lighter, I mean, it kind of looks orangish, but it's not quite a rectangle. For the record, you said that jumped out to you when you saw the car in person?
Correct.
I'd like to show you States 317. Do you see it?
Yes.
Can you, why don't you come on down and show them what you saw when you looked at it in person?
So it's this light-colored area right there.
Let the record reflect. Again, he's pointed in 317 to kind of a rectangular area right in the bottom corner of that front windshield. What's it say on the front passenger door there? Does that have lettering on that door?
Denali.
Okay, and when we look at 322 here, what does it say on the front passenger door?
Denali.
Tell me about the wheels for a second. Are the rims similar?
They are.
Okay. May I approaching with stage 322? question, Detective. The windows, the front passenger windows, anything significant about the front passenger windows as it relates to the rear windows?
So as I reviewed the surveillance video, I noticed that the front driver and front passenger window were not tinted, but the windows behind them were. When I arrived at Mr. Tejas' residence, I noticed that the driver and front passenger window were not tinted and the rest were.
Showing the jury states 322 and 325. When you watch this video or this Denali on the video surveillance, do you see any bumper stickers or decals or anything like that?
None.
And when you saw Mr. Tejas' or Teles's car in its driveway, did it have any stickers on it anywhere?
No.
Publishing 313. Okay, let's move back to this presentation. What is significant about this slide, sir?
So this is at 10:39 in the morning, again from the 1405 Wintergreen residence. The red Yukon drove south past the house, and the driver appeared to be the only occupant in the vehicle. And then less than a minute later, that same Yukon drove north on Wintergreen.
Now, did you noted that there was something about the license plate that was significant in the footage?
It didn't appear to have a rear license plate during the time that I saw it driving around the neighborhood.
Now, Detective, how long had you been a police officer for?
About 40 years,
How many years on homicide?
20.
Have you ever had a case when a suspect might, I don't know, remove his license plate when going off to commit a crime?
Yes.
Objection call. Thank you.
Let's move on. What do we have here in this slide?
So this is 37 seconds later at about 10:40 in the morning. The red Yukon drove south on Wintergreen Drive and stopped momentarily across the street from 1405. And this is where it pulls in and stops.
Now, Detective, I don't know if you were familiar with this, but were you aware that there was like a sewer repair project going on in that area?
I was.
So remind me, when you're driving down that road, what street are you heading towards now?
Cornflowers down that way.
Okay.
There's-
I just wanted to see if maybe when we get to a map, I just kind of want to see if you can help me orient that. Why are these pictures isolated?
Those are just two stills of the Yukon and the suspect sitting in the driver's seat as they were parked across the street from 1405.
And any significant about the windows?
Same thing, the front passenger and the front driver window were not tinted, the rest were.
All right. Okay, so cornflower. So this is the area that we're talking about here?
Yes.
Okay, so when we looked at that last footage, is the car, I'm assuming this is north, south, east, west, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so when we saw the footage with the construction truck where there's that interaction, can you come down here and show me where that interaction is? And then where does the red Yukon kind of drive towards?
So this is Bronze Circle right here, Mr. Gurman's residence. The Yukon parked right across the street here for a brief instant. That sewer truck backed up here, and then the Yukon drove south on Wintergreen.
Okay. right. What is significant about this slide, sir?
At 1048, at 7004 Copperleaf Drive, which is just south of Cornflower. The Yukon drove west in front of that residence, then made a U-turn and went east on Copperleaf Drive.
Is this a still of that footage?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
This is another video of the Yukon as it drove west on Lunar Light Drive in front of 6905 at about 10:49 in the morning.
Is this a still from that footage?
Yes.
And now what are we looking at here?
10:54 in the morning from 7200 Periwinkle. This is just south of Vegas on Wintergreen. The red Yukon turned south onto Wintergreen Drive from westbound Vegas Drive, and the driver was still wearing the orange shirt.
This is a still from that?
Yes.
Okay. What about this footage here?
So this is 7200 Bronze Circle. It's right at the corner of Bronze Circle and Wintergreen. At 10:56 in the morning, the red Yukon was captured on the surveillance camera on the east side of the house. It stopped briefly, and then it continued south on Wintergreen Drive, and you can see the yellow reflective bands on the suspect's shirt. And then between 10:59 and 11:01, the suspect seen here with the beige gardener hat, the orange shirt with the reflective stripes, the dark pants, and the gray tennis shoes, walked north and south along Wintergreen briefly before he continued north on Wintergreen.
What are we looking at here?
So this is from 1405 Wintergreen Drive. That video was corrupt. It had a lot of blank spaces in it where there was just static. It did not show the arrival of the Denali in front of the residence, but at 11:01 hours when the video started up again, the Denali was already parked.
All right. Now, why is this footage significant, sir?
So this is where I capture the suspect walking south on Wheatland Way. And then after he walks south past 1505 Wheatland, he turns around and walks northbound again up to Periwinkle. And here you can see the suspect with his hat, his jacket, the pants, the shoes, and he was also carrying a bluish gray bag with dark straps on it.
All right, so that was some of the Tellus trial, and that was the Tellus trial. Some scenes of it, and we'll be ending it for tonight. I appreciate talking about the bands. I will look into them. And thank you all for your commentary and conversation tonight. We had a very good stream. And yeah, definitely, Joe. So, as I said, we'll see you all next one. Tomorrow I'll be live, and thank you all for your commentary and hanging out with us tonight, and peace. Let's see if I get to work this time. There we go.